Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. Morning sunlight filtered through the hazy Commonwealth sky, casting dappled patterns across the ruins of what had once been a quaint suburban neighborhood. The gentle warmth illuminated patches of vibrant green amidst the dull grays and browns that dominated the wasteland landscape. Here, in the forgotten remnants of Lexington's western outskirts, nature had reclaimed what human civilization had abandoned. Wild vines crawled up the weathered walls of dilapidated houses, and mutated flora pushed through cracked sidewalks, transforming the once manicured lawns into a wilderness of surprising beauty. In the center of this gradual reclamation stood a particularly unusual sight, a meticulously maintained garden flourishing behind the partially collapsed walls of what had once been a two-story colonial home. Neat rows of tato plants stretched their reddish leaves toward the sun, their fruit hanging heavy and ripe. Alongside them, tall stalks of mutated corn swayed gently in the morning breeze, their kernels glowing with a subtle luminescence unique to post-war agriculture. Gourds and melons rested on beds of straw, protected from the radiation-soaked ground by careful planning. This verdant oasis stood in stark contrast to the surrounding devastation, but even more surprising than the garden itself was its caretaker. Moving between the rows with unexpected gentleness was a super mutant of impressive stature. His massive green form hunched slightly as his thick fingers delicately tended to the growing plants. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, with muscles that could bend steel pipes, Strong was the last creature one might expect to find nurturing new life from the irradiated soil of the Commonwealth. Unlike most of his kind who sought conquest or carnage, Strong had discovered a different calling. His broad face, with its prominent brow and misshapen features typical of super mutants, displayed an expression of concentration rather than aggression, as he carefully adjusted a makeshift irrigation system constructed from salvaged pipes and containers. Water, clean, precious water, trickled through the network of tubes, bringing life-giving hydration to each plant under his care. "Grow strong," he murmured to a struggling tato plant, his deep voice a rumbling bass that belied the gentleness with which he supported the drooping stem with a small stake fashioned from an old wooden spoon handle. "You survive." The morning routine continued as it had for many seasons now. Strong moved methodically through his garden, checking each plant with the attention of a parent inspecting a child. His massive shoulders, normally hunched in the threatening posture typical of his kind, relaxed slightly in this environment that had become his sanctuary. The garden represented something rare in the harsh wasteland, a place of creation rather than destruction, of nurturing rather than consuming. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Strong retrieved a worn metal bucket and began harvesting the ripest produce. His enormous hands, capable of crushing a human skull without effort, now demonstrated surprising dexterity as they carefully twisted potatoes from their stems and selected the most mature corn ears for collection. Nothing was wasted in Strong's garden. Even the smallest edible portions were preserved for future meals or composted to enrich the soil for the next plant. Strong's daily harvest usually yielded more than enough for his own considerable appetite. Super mutant physiology required substantial caloric intake, but even accounting for this, his garden's bounty exceeded his needs. This surplus served a purpose beyond mere sustenance, one that had evolved over time as Strong's understanding of his place in the wastelands shifted from conqueror to cultivator. Near the edge of his territory, where the overgrown suburban street met his carefully maintained perimeter, Strong had established what locals had come to call the Green Man's Offering, a simple wooden platform constructed from salvaged doors and supported by cinder blocks, held each day's excess harvest. Carrots with their feathery tops still attached, plump potatoes arranged in neat rows, corn ears stacked like pre-war currency, all available for the taking by any wasteland traveler brave or desperate enough to approach a super mutant's domain. After arranging the morning's surplus on the platform, Strong retreated to the shade of a partially collapsed porch that served as his outdoor workshop. Here, among collected tools and salvaged materials, he began the daily maintenance of his irrigation system, cleaning filters made from old shirts, checking for leaks in the network of pipes, and ensuring the rain collection barrels remained properly covered to prevent contamination. Human coming, Strong observed without looking up from his work, his acute senses having detected the approach of footsteps long before a human ear would have noticed. The steady rhythm of boots on broken asphalt grew gradually louder until a figure appeared at the bend in the road. The arrival was Marta, a trader who traveled between the smaller settlements of the Commonwealth's western regions. Her weathered leather armor and the well-maintained pipe rifle slung across her back spoke of someone accustomed to wasteland dangers, while the pack Brahmin following behind her, laden with goods for trade, indicated her profession. Unlike most humans who discovered Strong's territory for the first time, Marta showed no fear as she approached. This was clearly not her first visit. "Morning, Strong," she called, her voice carrying easily across the quiet neighborhood. "Garden's looking good, better than anything they've got growing at Abernathy, and they call themselves farmers." Her tone carried the easy familiarity of a regular acquaintance, though the respectful distance she maintained suggested a relationship based on mutual caution rather than true comfort. Strong grunted acknowledgement, setting aside his maintenance tools as he rose to his full, imposing height. "Marta bring metal parts this time?" he asked, referring to a previous conversation about irrigation components he sought to expand his system. "Got those pipe fittings you wanted," she confirmed, patting one of the Brahmin saddlebags. "And some coffee. Real coffee, not that chicory substitute they're pushing in Diamond City these days." The trading ritual that followed had evolved over many months of cautious interaction. No caps exchanged hands. Strong had little use for human currency. Instead, a barter system had developed, with the super mutant offering generous portions of his harvest in exchange for tools, materials, and occasionally luxury items that interested him. Today's exchange left both parties satisfied. Marta's bags now bulged with fresh produce that would fetch a good price in settlements where fresh food remained a rarity, while Strong carefully examined the salvaged pipe fittings and sealed container of coffee beans that represented precious commodities in his isolated existence. "Humans south of here have trouble," Marta mentioned as she adjusted her pack Brahmin's load. "Group came through Ten Pines last week, hungry. Said they were from University Point, running from something. Settlement couldn't feed them all." Strong considered this information with a thoughtfulness that would surprise those who viewed super mutants as mindless brutes. Strong has extra food. Humans can come, take from offering place. He gestured toward the platform where the day's surplus lay arranged. Marta nodded, understanding the implied request to spread word about the available food. I'll let folks know. Some might be too scared to come, but hungry people get brave. She paused, then added with unusual seriousness, be careful though. Desperate folks sometimes do stupid things, even with someone your size. After Marta departed, continuing her trading circuit toward Abernathy Farm, Strong returned to his daily routines. The midday hours were typically devoted to the hardest physical labor, clearing new ground for planting, constructing protective barriers against radstags that occasionally ventured too close to his crops, or hauling water from the nearby stream when his rain collection proved insufficient. Today, he focused on extending his garden's boundary, using a shovel that appeared comically small in his massive grip to turn over the hard soil along the southeastern edge of his property. The physical exertion barely registered as strain for his enhanced musculature, though he worked with the measured pace of someone conserving energy for the long term, rather than exhausting himself in bursts of effort. As Strong worked, a mongrel dog that had taken to lingering around the garden's perimeter watched from a cautious distance. Neither truly wild nor domesticated, the creature had established an arrangement of mutual tolerance with the super mutant over the past several weeks. Strong occasionally left scraps of food slightly apart from the offering platform, never directly engaging with the dog but allowing for its needs nonetheless. In return, the animal's territorial barking provided an additional early warning system for approaching visitors or threats. The dog's sudden alert posture caught Strong's attention before its warning bark sounded. The super mutant straightened, resting his weight on the shovel as he scanned the approach from the north, a different direction than Marta had taken hours earlier. His keen eyes detected movement in the underbrush along the ruined roadway, more furtive than the open approach of a trader or honest traveler. With unhurried movements that belied his alertness, Strong set aside his tools and moved toward the edge of his garden, positioning himself between the approaching visitors and his precious crops. He made no effort to conceal himself. At his size, stealth was rarely an option, but neither did he present an immediately threatening posture. 4 figures eventually emerged from the overgrowth, moving with the cautious coordination of people accustomed to watching each other's backs. Their appearance told a story familiar to anyone who had survived long in the Commonwealth. Gaunt faces marked by prolonged hunger, clothes patched together from whatever materials could be salvaged, and the desperate wariness of those forced to the margins of even wasteland society. The small group consisted of 3 men and a woman, all armed with improvised weapons, pipes wrapped with leather grips, a rusted machete, and a single low-quality pipe pistol that looked more dangerous to its user than any target. They froze upon seeing Strong, the expected reaction of humans encountering a super mutant. What followed, however, was not the typical immediate retreat. Instead, a hurried, whispered conference ensued among the group, with frequent glances toward both Strong and, more notably, the offering platform with its bounty of fresh produce. Strong remained motionless, observing. He had encountered hungry humans before, most of whom either fled at the sight of him or cautiously approached the offering platform, took what they needed and departed with grateful nods. Something about this group's behavior suggested a different intention. "Look at all that food," one of the men said, his voice carrying clearly in the quiet neighborhood despite his attempt at a whisper. "We could feed everyone for a week." "It's guarding it," the woman responded, not bothering to lower her voice. "But there's 4 of us. We've handled worse." Strong understood the implication immediately. These were not simply hungry travelers seeking a meal, but opportunists seeing a resource to be taken in entirety. Not just today's offering, but the entire garden and its future yields. The concept of sharing had not occurred to them. In their desperation, they saw only something to be seized. "Humans," Strong called out, his deep voice reverberating across the open space between them. "Take from offering place. Enough for all. Leave garden alone." The unexpected address startled the group, particularly the coherent speech from a creature many wasteland dwellers assumed capable only of mindless roaring. They exchanged uncertain glances, temporarily thrown off their plan by this development. The apparent leader, a tall man with a scar running from his temple to jaw, recovered first. "We're taking everything, mutant. There's 4 of us and 1 of you. Back off, and nobody needs to get hurt." The threat was so absurd that Strong might have laughed under different circumstances. The notion that 4 malnourished humans with improvised weapons posed a serious threat to a super mutant would be amusing if not for the potential destruction their actions might cause to his carefully tended garden. "Humans not understand," Strong replied, his voice deliberately moderated to avoid the intimidating roar that came naturally to his kind. "Garden needs care, everyday care. Take all now, no food tomorrow, no food next day. Garden dies." He gestured toward the offering platform. "Take some, come back tomorrow, more food then." The concept appeared foreign to the desperate scavengers, conditioned by wasteland survival to take whatever they could whenever possible. The scarred leader raised his machete in what he clearly intended as a threatening gesture. "We don't negotiate with..." His declaration was cut short as Strong moved with surprising speed for his bulk, covering the distance between them in 3 massive strides. He made no aggressive move toward the humans themselves, instead positioning his enormous form directly between them and the garden, creating a living barrier of green muscle and implicit threat. "Strong not want to hurt humans," he stated plainly, looking down at the now terrified group from his full height. "Strong grow food, for self, for hungry humans who need, not for greedy humans who take all, waste all." Standing before him, the scale of their miscalculation became painfully apparent to the would-be raiders. What had seemed a simple intimidation of a dim-witted mutant now revealed itself as a potentially fatal error in judgment. The leader's machete, which had appeared formidable when brandished against other desperate humans, now seemed laughably inadequate against Strong's towering form. We're just hungry," the woman said, her earlier bravado evaporating as she took an involuntary step backward. "Haven't eaten in days." Strong's expression shifted slightly, not toward greater anger, but toward something resembling understanding. "Hungry is reason to ask, not reason to take all." He pointed toward the offering platform with a massive green finger. "Take what there. Enough for now. Come back tomorrow if still hungry." The standoff held for several tense moments, the humans clearly weighing their options against the reality of Strong's imposing presence. Finally, the leader lowered his machete. "Fine, we'll take what's there, this time." The attempt to maintain some semblance of control in his voice failed to mask his relief at the peaceful resolution. Strong stepped aside, allowing them clear access to the offering platform, while still maintaining a protective position relative to his garden. The group approached cautiously, still watching the super mutant with wary eyes as they began gathering the day's offering of potatoes, corn, and carrots into their worn bags. "Humans plant seeds?" Strom asked unexpectedly as they collected the food. The question caught them off guard. The woman looked up from where she was carefully packing potatoes. "What?" seeds humans know how to plant, how to grow. They exchanged confused glances before the leader answered. Some basic stuff. Nothing like this. He gestured at the organized rows of thriving plants. Strong nodded as though confirming something to himself. Tomorrow, Strong show how to plant, how to grow. Better than taking. The offer hung in the air, as unexpected as a rainbow in a radiation storm. The concept that a super mutant, creatures universally feared and reviled across the Commonwealth, might offer knowledge rather than violence, seemed to strain their understanding of how the wasteland worked. Their departure was hurried, but notably less furtive than their arrival. Each carried a share of the offering platform's bounty, enough to provide immediate relief from hunger without decimating Strong's carefully maintained surplus. The mongrel dog watched them leave, maintaining its vigilant position at the garden's edge until the intruders had vanished from sight. As afternoon stretched toward evening, Strong returned to his interrupted work, extending the garden boundary with methodical shovelfuls of earth. The confrontation had reinforced something he had gradually come to understand during his time as a cultivator rather than a destroyer. That protection sometimes required restraint rather than unleashed strength, and that teaching could be more powerful than dominating. The day's final task involved watering the newly planted seedlings that represented the next cycle of growth in Strong's continuous cultivation system. Using a watering can fashioned from a punctured coolant container, he moved down the rows of recent plantings, providing each with a carefully measured portion of clean water, a resource as precious as the food it helped produce. As twilight settled over the Commonwealth, Strong's massive silhouette moved through his garden, checking final details before rest. The irrigation system received a last inspection. Vulnerable plants were covered with protective mesh to prevent overnight frost damage, and motion sensor lights cobbled together from salvaged technology were positioned to discourage nocturnal creatures from disturbing the crops. The mongrel dog had ventured closer as darkness fell, now lying at the perimeter of what Strong considered his immediate territory. The super mutant placed a small portion of the day's harvest, a slightly blemished tatto and some corn kernels, on a flat stone within the dog's reach, before retreating to his shelter for the night. Strong's living space occupied what had once been the home's garage, now reinforced with salvaged metal and wood to create a structure suited to his proportions. Inside, the space reflected the same methodical organization as his garden. Salvaged furniture, much of it reinforced to support his weight, created areas for sleeping, food preparation, and his most prized possession, a collection of books and magazines stacked carefully on shelves, constructed from old doors and cinder blocks. This literary collection represented Strong's most private deviation from typical super mutant behavior. While his kind generally despised human knowledge recorded in books, Strong had developed a complex relationship with the written word. Though his reading skills remained rudimentary, he spent evening hours carefully working through salvaged texts about agriculture, gradually expanding his understanding of the growing techniques that had transformed his existence from wandering destruction to rooted creation. Tonight, he selected a weathered copy of Home Gardener's Guide to Sustainable Planting from his collection, settling his massive form onto a reinforced chair as he carefully turned pages with fingers the size of human wrists. The book's knowledge, combined with years of practical experience and his own innate understanding of survival, had helped create something unique in the Commonwealth, a super mutant who grew rather than destroyed, who offered rather than took. As full darkness enveloped the wasteland, soft light from a salvaged oil lamp illuminated Strong's concentrated expression. The same face that had struck terror into countless wasteland travelers now displayed the universal look of someone seeking to understand, to learn, to improve their small corner of a broken world. Morning arrived with the gentle persistence that marked the Commonwealth's more forgiving days. Radiation levels remained low, and the air carried a rare freshness that hinted at recent rains somewhere upwind. Strom emerged from his shelter to begin the daily cycle of tending, harvesting, and maintaining that had become his purpose. The mongrel dog still lingered at the edge of the property, now watching with marginally less wariness as Strong began his morning inspection of the garden rows. Their strange companionship had evolved over weeks, never crossing into domestication but establishing a mutual acknowledgement that bordered on respect. The dog's presence served as both early warning system and subtle reminder that even in the wasteland, unexpected alliances could form around shared territory and compatible needs. Strong had just begun harvesting the day's ripe produce when the dog's alert posture signaled approaching visitors. Unlike the previous day's tense warning, however, the animal's reaction lacked aggressive intensity, suggesting familiar rather than threatening arrivals. From the northern approach came the same group of scavengers who had attempted to raid the garden, now returning with noticeably different demeanor. Their weapons, while still carried, remained holstered or sheathed. Their approach was direct rather than furtive, and they maintained a reasonable distance that balanced caution with communication possibility. "We came back," the scarred leader stated simply, unnecessarily. "Like you said." Strong nodded, continuing his harvesting as he observed them. "Humans still hungry?" "Always hungry," the woman replied with unexpected frankness. "But we came about the other thing, about learning to plant." Strong set down his harvest bucket, giving them his full attention. An imposing experience, even without aggressive intent. "Humans serious? Want to learn growing?" The group exchanged glances before the leader spoke again. "We've got people. Children. Back at our camp. Can't keep moving, can't keep scavenging. Everything's picked clean or taken. So, yeah, we're serious." Strong's expression remained impassive, but something shifted in his posture. A subtle relaxation that those familiar with super mutant body language might recognize as satisfaction. "Then Strong will teach. First lesson is soil. Second lesson is water. Most important lesson is patience." What followed over the morning hours would have astonished any Commonwealth resident who happened upon the scene. 4 human scavengers working alongside a super mutant, learning the basics of post-apocalyptic agriculture. Strong demonstrated how to test soil for radiation levels using a modified Geiger counter, how to identify ideal planting locations based on sun exposure and natural drainage, and how to construct simple irrigation systems from salvaged materials. The humans, initially awkward and uncertain, gradually engaged with increasing interest. Their questions, tentative at first, then more specific and thoughtful, revealed both their desperate need for this knowledge and their surprise at the super mutant's detailed understanding of cultivation principles. Strong answered each inquiry with direct simplicity, occasionally struggling to articulate complex concepts but demonstrating with his enormous hands what words failed to convey. "Seeds need darkness to wake up," he explained, creating a small furrow in the soil with one finger, like humans need sleep to grow strong. "Put in ground, not too deep, cover gentle, water, little bit every day, wait. Hard part is wait." By midday, Strong had helped the group prepare a small test plot adjacent to his main garden. Each scavenger had planted a row under his guidance, marking their section with different colored stones to track their individual progress in the days to come. The super mutant provided a portion of his precious seed stock, Not enough to diminish his own planting plans, but sufficient for them to establish their first experimental crops. "Come back in 3 days," Strong instructed as they prepared to depart. "Plants need checking, need different water if sky not rain." The leader nodded, his earlier hostility completely replaced by an almost deferential respect. "We'll be back, and thank you. Most humans wouldn't have given us a second chance after we threatened them." Strong considered this with the thoughtful expression that seemed increasingly natural on his features. Strong not always grow things. Strong once destroy, like other supermutants. Learning to grow harder than learning to destroy. Maybe humans learning too. As the group departed, each carrying a small portion from the offering platform along with their newly acquired knowledge, Strong returned to tending his garden with the same methodical care that defined his daily existence. The encounter had reinforced his gradual understanding that the wasteland's harshness could be countered not just through strength and violence, but through cultivation and teaching. That growth could be shared without diminishing one's own resources. The mongrel dog ventured closer than usual as Strong worked through the afternoon hours, eventually settling in a patch of shade created by a tall cornstalk. The super mutant gave no obvious acknowledgement of this small shift in their relationship, but when he took his midday meal, a simple stew of tattos and dried meat, he placed a portion within the dog's reach, slightly closer than his usual offering. As evening approached once more, bringing with it the Commonwealth's characteristic painted sky of oranges and purples filtered through radiation haze, Strong completed his daily circuit of the garden. Each plant received appropriate attention, structural support for those growing too heavy with fruit, careful pruning of damaged leaves that might invite disease, and the crucial daily watering that meant survival in the often parched wasteland. From his elevated position on the property, Strong could see far across the Commonwealth's northwestern reaches. The shattered skyline of downtown Boston loomed distant on the horizon, a reminder of the world that had been. Closer, small cooking fires began appearing as scattered survivors prepared evening meals in hidden encampments and modest settlements. Among these distant lights, Strong identified a new fire in the direction his scavenger students had traveled, perhaps their camp, where they might now be sharing both the food he had provided and the knowledge of how to grow more. The thought brought an unfamiliar sensation to the supermutant's consciousness. Not pride exactly, but a recognition that his actions had created possibility beyond his immediate existence. The final task before nightfall involved refreshing the offering platform with the day's surplus harvest. Strong arranged the food with the same care he applied to his planting, tattos grouped by ripeness, corn stacked for easy carrying, carrots bundled with their green tops intact to preserve freshness longer. This daily ritual represented something profound in the wasteland context, deliberate sharing in a world defined by scarcity and competition. As darkness settled and Strong retreated to his shelter, the mongrel dog remained closer than ever before, now resting just outside the reinforced door, rather than maintaining its usual distance at the property perimeter. This small shift in behavior mirrored larger changes occurring across Strong's domain, subtle expansions of trust, cooperation, and possibility in a world where such qualities rarely survived. Inside his living space, Strong selected a different book from his collection tonight, a tattered copy of Community Gardening for Urban Renewal that had previously seemed less immediately relevant to his solitary cultivation efforts. By the gentle light of his oil lamp, the massive super mutant carefully turned pages with his enormous green fingers, absorbing ideas about shared growing spaces and collaborative planting techniques that might once have seemed as foreign to him as diplomacy to a deathclaw. As the Commonwealth night deepened around his small sanctuary of growth, Strong continued his quiet study. The garden outside stood as testament to an unexpected truth of the wasteland, that even those created for war could choose cultivation, that purpose could be found in nurturing rather than destroying, and that sometimes the strongest act was teaching others to grow stronger themselves. In the quiet darkness, a strong garden stood sentinel under starlight. Elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another super mutant traced weathered fingers over the dog tags of fallen soldiers. Once a warrior in a violent horde, he now walked alone, haunted by memories of conquest yet drawn to an abandoned battlefield where both humans and mutants had fallen. As our gentle gardener closed his book and prepared for another day of cultivation, our next tale beckons from the desolate fields of a forgotten conflict. Join us for the Lost Warrior. Twilight painted the Commonwealth sky in gentle hues of amber and violet, the setting sun casting long shadows across a landscape forever changed by nuclear devastation. A cool breeze drifted across the wasteland, carrying the scent of wild mutefruit blossoms and the earthy aroma of soil still damp from a rare, radiation-free rainfall. The fading light softened the harsh edges of broken buildings and rusted vehicles, lending an almost peaceful quality to a world defined by hardship and survival. Along a crumbling highway that once connected bustling communities, a solitary figure moved with deliberate, unhurried steps. His massive form, silhouetted against the darkening horizon, was unmistakable to any wasteland dweller. The broad shoulders and imposing height of a super mutant. Yet unlike most of his kind, who traveled in aggressive packs, this one walked alone, his powerful frame moving with a measured cadence that suggested purpose rather than predation. Hammer, as he called himself, a name chosen for its simplicity rather than inherited from his human past, had been traveling the northern reaches of the Commonwealth for nearly a year now. His weathered green skin bore the marks of countless battles, some from his time with the warband he had once called brothers, others from solitary encounters with the wasteland's many dangers. A network of scars across his massive chest told stories of deathclaw encounters, raider ambushes, and the occasional Brotherhood of Steel patrol that had mistaken his solitary nature for vulnerability. Unlike most super mutants, who viewed their transformation as a path to dominance, Hammer carried his extraordinary strength as though it were a burden. His golden eyes, surprisingly expressive in his rugged green face, scanned the horizon not with the predatory intensity typical of his kind, but with a watchful wariness born of long solitude. The crude armor adorning his form had been carefully modified, trophy skulls and threatening spikes removed, replaced with practical reinforcements and pockets that held his few possessions. As darkness continued its gradual descent, Hammer paused atop a small rise in the broken highway, surveying the landscape before him. The road ahead dipped into a shallow valley where pre-war buildings had been reduced to rubble, creating a patchwork of concrete islands amid pools of stagnant water. His keen night vision detected no movement among the ruins, no lurking predators or cautious scavengers seeking shelter for the coming night. With practiced efficiency, Hammer located a defensible position beneath a partially collapsed overpass. The concrete structure provided cover from the elements and limited approach vectors that might require defending during the night. After carefully inspecting the area for signs of previous occupation or hazards, he settled his massive frame against a support column and removed a small pack from his shoulder. From this simple container, fashioned from salvaged leather and canvas, he withdrew his evening ritual. A tin cup, a small pouch of dried herbs that approximated tea, and a dented metal container of purified water. With surprisingly delicate movements for hands that could bend steel, Hammer prepared his evening drink, allowing the herbs to steep in water warmed by a small chemical heat pack. The process was methodical, almost meditative, a moment of controlled routine in a world where little could be predicted or managed. As he sipped the warm liquid, Hammer's gaze drifted to the metal tags hanging from a cord around his thick neck. These weren't trophies taken from victims, as many super mutants collected, but something he had recovered with a reverence that would confound those who viewed his kind as mindless berserkers. Dog tags, military identification, salvaged, not from conquered enemies, but from fallen soldiers he had encountered in his solitary travels. Some bore the insignia of pre-war American forces, others the symbols of post-war factions. Hammer collected them not as celebrations of death, but as acknowledgements of lives spent in conflict, a reflection that had grown increasingly important during his solitary wandering. The night deepened around his small camp, stars gradually emerging in the clear sky above like silent observers of the broken world below. Unlike his former brethren who roared challenges into the darkness or laughed harshly around bonfire camps, Hammer embraced the quiet. His evening passed in silent contemplation, occasionally broken by the distant calls of wasteland creatures or the soft crackle of settling ruins nearby. Morning arrived with the gentle persistence that marked the Commonwealth's more forgiving days. Hammer awakened with the first rays of sunlight, his powerful body requiring minimal rest compared to the humans he occasionally observed from a distance. His morning routine mirrored the efficiency of his evening preparation. A simple meal of dried meat and moot fruit, equipment check, and careful scanning of his surroundings before continuing his journey. The day's path took him eastward, following what had once been a secondary highway connecting smaller communities to larger urban centers. Nature had reclaimed much of the route, with resilient wasteland flora pushing through cracked asphalt and creating patches of surprising color amid the predominant browns and grays. Twisted trees, their forms adapted to radiation and harsh conditions, provided occasional shade as the morning sun climbed higher. By midday, the landscape began to change subtly. Hammer's keen eyes noted increased signs of past conflict. Bullet holes peppering concrete barriers, the occasional skeleton partially buried in encroaching soil, burned-out vehicles positioned as hasty defensive barriers. These markers of violence were common throughout the Commonwealth, but their concentration suggested a significant engagement rather than the typical scattered encounters between small groups. As the road crested a gentle hill, Hammer stopped abruptly, his golden eyes narrowing at the vista spread before him. Below lay what could only be described as a battlefield, a wide, relatively flat expanse where significant forces had clearly met in organized combat. Unlike the chaotic evidence of raider attacks or the precise destruction left by Brotherhood operations, this site bore the hallmarks of a pitched battle between substantial opposing forces. Rusted power armor frames lay half buried in soil, their occupants long since reduced to skeletal remains, still partially encased in their failed protection. Defensive positions created from sandbags and vehicle hulks formed a rough perimeter around what appeared to have been a command post. And most notably to Hammer's experienced eye, the massive forms of his own kind lay scattered among human remains. Super mutants who had fallen alongside their sworn enemies. A strange sensation passed through Hammer's consciousness. Not the battle hunger that had once driven him, but something more complex, recognition perhaps, or understanding that transcended his transformed physiology. With careful steps that seemed incongruous with his massive form, he descended toward the battlefield, his approach measured and deliberate, as though entering a space that demanded respect rather than conquest. As he moved among the fallen, a sound caught his attention. A faint, rhythmic clicking punctuated by occasional bursts of static. Following the noise to its source, Hammer discovered a partially buried military radio, still drawing power from a fusion cell that had improbably survived the years since the battle. The device's casing was cracked and weathered, but something within its circuitry continued functioning despite the passage of time and the harshness of Commonwealth weather. With careful movements, Hammer excavated the radio from its earthen grave, brushing away soil and debris to reveal a military communications unit still attached to a long-dead operator's equipment. As he cleared the speaker grill, the static resolved into fragments of sound, a pre-recorded message cycling endlessly, most words lost to damage and time, but occasional phrases still discernible. Honor and duty, fallen comrades, remember their sacrifice. The voice emanating from the damaged speaker belonged to some long-dead military officer. The message intended to inspire troops now centuries in their graves. Yet something in those fragmented words resonated with Hammer in ways his former warband would have neither understood nor tolerated. He placed the radio carefully on a flat rock, allowing its message to continue its lonely broadcast across the forgotten battlefield. As the day progressed, Hammer began a task that no observer familiar with super mutants would have predicted. Starting with the remains nearest the radio, he began gathering scattered bones, placing each skeleton as completely as possible in a more dignified arrangement. Human or mutant, it made no difference to his methodical work. Each set of remains received the same careful attention, the same silent acknowledgement. The labor was physically undemanding for his enhanced strength, but required a patience rarely associated with his kind. Hammer worked with surprising gentleness, his massive hands arranging fragile rib cages and skulls with the care of an archaeologist preserving ancient findings. When he encountered dog tags or identification, he placed them appropriately with their owners, pausing occasionally to add new ones to his collection only when no remains could be located. Ensuring at least one record of their existence would continue. By late afternoon, Hammer had created neat rows of remains across a portion of the battlefield. Human soldiers positioned alongside fallen super mutants in a posthumous formation that acknowledged their equal claim to remembrance. The irony of this arrangement would not have been lost on either faction during life, but in death, Hammer recognized something that transcended the conflicts that had defined his existence for so long. As he worked, he became aware of distant observation, the subtle shifting of weight, the almost imperceptible sound of controlled breathing that his enhanced senses could detect at surprising distances. Someone was watching him from the ridgeline overlooking the battlefield. Hammer continued his work without obvious acknowledgement of the observer, his movements remaining deliberate and clearly non-aggressive. The presence maintained its distance as the day progressed, neither approaching nor retreating. Hammer recognized the behavior as assessment rather than immediate threat. The cautious observation of someone trying to reconcile unexpected behavior with presumed nature. A human, certainly, perhaps a scavenger or wasteland wanderer, surprised to find a super mutant engaged in what must appear to be incomprehensible activity. As twilight approached once more, Hammer had arranged nearly 30 sets of remains, a small fraction of the battle's casualties, but a beginning to what had become a surprisingly meaningful task. He gathered dry wood from the surrounding area, constructing a small campfire near the still dictionary radio. As darkness settled across the Commonwealth, the gentle flames provided both warmth and illumination, casting flickering light across the organized remains like silent sentinels in the gathering night. It was then that the observer finally decided to reveal themselves. Footsteps, deliberately audible now, approached from the eastern edge of the battlefield. Hammer remained seated by his fire, making no sudden movements that might be interpreted as threatening. His posture communicated awareness without aggression, a difficult balance for a creature whose very appearance triggered instinctive fear in most wasteland dwellers. The observer materialized at the edge of the firelight. A young human, perhaps in their early 20s, wearing the practical leather armor and weathered clothing typical of Commonwealth scavengers. A hunting rifle remained slung across their back, accessible but not aimed, suggesting cautious curiosity rather than immediate hostile intent. "You've been watching since midday," Hammer stated, his deep voice rumbling but modulated to what passed for gentleness among his kind. "Could have approached then." The young human, a woman, Hammer now realized, maintained a careful distance, positioned for quick retreat if necessary. "Never seen a super mutant burying the dead before," she responded, her voice carrying the distinctive accent of someone raised in the Commonwealth's northern settlements. "Thought I might be hallucinating, or walking into a trap." Hammer acknowledged this with a slight nod, understanding the reasonable suspicion. Not burying, arranging, respecting. His vocabulary, while limited compared to his human origins, had expanded beyond the typical grunted threats of his brethren. They fought. Now fight over. The scavenger studied him with undisguised curiosity, clearly struggling to reconcile his behavior with established assumptions about his kind. "You're not with a warband, no trophies, no threats." These observations seemed directed partially at Hammer, partially at herself, verbalized thoughts rather than questions requiring answers. "Was with warband," Hammer clarified, gesturing vaguely northward. "Long ago, no more." He indicated the carefully arranged remains surrounding them. "They fought for something, like we all fight. Deserve remembering." This philosophy, expressed in simple terms but containing surprising depth, appeared to intrigue the young woman. She ventured slightly closer, though still maintaining a prudent distance. "I'm Ellie, from Coastal Point Settlement." The introduction was offered tentatively, a provisional extension of humanity's most basic social convention. "Hammer," he replied simply, adding after a thoughtful pause, "Former member of Victory Warband, now traveler." This exchange, mundane in any settlement but extraordinary between traditional enemies, created a temporary bridge across the wasteland's typical divisions. Ellie maintained her cautious distance, but settled onto a fallen concrete barrier within the firelight's radius, her posture suggesting readiness for quick movement, but not immediate flight. "Were you here?" she asked eventually, gesturing toward the battlefield surrounding them. "In this fight?" Hammer shook his massive head slowly. "Different battles, many battles." His hand unconsciously moved to the dog tags hanging around his neck. "Started collecting these to count victories. Now collect to remember. All warriors deserve remembering." As night deepened around the unlikely pair, their conversation continued in fits and starts. Brief exchanges followed by comfortable silences, neither pressing for information but sharing what seemed relevant to their unusual circumstance. Hammer learned that Ellie served as a scout for her small settlement, mapping safe routes and identifying potential resource locations. She discovered that Hammer had been wandering alone for nearly 2 years, having separated from his warband after increasing disconnection from their mindless violence. "They didn't understand," he explained, struggling to articulate concepts complex even for his gradually recovering mind. "Killing without purpose, destruction without reason." His massive shoulders shifted in what might have been a shrug. "Super mutants made for war, but war needs meaning, honor, not just blood." This philosophy, rudimentary yet profound, coming from a being most humans would shoot on sight, clearly intrigued Ellie. Her initial wariness gradually softened, though she maintained the pragmatic caution that had likely contributed to her survival in the wasteland. Their unusual vigil was interrupted by distant sounds that Hammer's keen hearing identified first: multiple footsteps, the clink of metal on metal, voices not particularly concerned with stealth. His posture shifted subtly, alerting Ellie to potential danger before she could hear it herself. "Someone comes," he stated simply. "Many someones." Ellie tensed immediately, her hand moving to the rifle across her back. "How many?" "Direction. 5, maybe 6, from the west." Hammer rose to his full imposing height, his silhouette enormous against the firelight. "Not moving like traders or settlers, like takers." The description needed no elaboration in the common world. Scavengers recognized the distinctive approach patterns of those who survived by taking rather than trading or producing. Raiders, though the designation covered a broad spectrum from desperate opportunists to organized predators. "I should go," Ellie said, already edging toward the darkness beyond the fire's illumination. "They won't be happy finding someone already picking over this site." Hammer's response was calm but resolute. "Not picking over, honoring." He gestured toward the organized remains surrounding them. "We'll not let them disturb this place." The approaching group crested the western ridge, now visible even to human eyes in the moonlight. 5 figures moving with the confident swagger of those accustomed to intimidating rather than negotiating. Their mismatched armor adorned with crude spikes and their weapons held ready rather than carried suggested exactly the type of encounter Ellie had been anxious to avoid. To Hammer's mild surprise, she hadn't fled despite the clear opportunity. Instead, she had moved to a defensible position behind a concrete barrier, her rifle now in hand though not yet aimed. "You don't have to protect me," she stated quietly. "I can handle myself." "Not protecting just you," Hammer clarified, his eyes never leaving the approaching threat. "Protecting them," he nodded toward the arranged remains. "They deserve peace now." The raiders slowed as they detected the campfire and the massive silhouette beside it, their approach becoming more cautious but not retreating. Hammer could hear their hurried conference, expressions of surprise at finding a super mutant, calculations of risk versus potential reward, and ultimately the overconfidence that defined raider psychology. "Well now, what do we have here?" The apparent leader stepped forward, his voice artificially projected for intimidation. "A mutie playing Undertaker? That's something you don't see every day." Hammer remained motionless, his posture neither aggressive nor submissive. "This place is for remembering warriors," he stated, his deep voice carrying easily across the battlefield. "Not for taking, not for disturbing. Go find other places." The raiders exchanged glances, clearly thrown by both the coherent speech and the unusual demand. Their leader, however, quickly recovered his bluster. "And who's going to stop us? One mutie with no warband? We take what we want, where we want." "Not here," Hammer replied simply. "Not today." The standoff stretched for several heartbeats, the raiders gradually spreading out in a classic flanking pattern while evaluating their unexpected opposition. Their confidence was understandable from a numerical perspective, but displayed a fundamental misunderstanding of super mutant capabilities, particularly one who had survived prolonged solitary travel through the Commonwealth. "Last chance to walk away, mutie," the leader called, raising what appeared to be a modified pipe rifle. "Or we start collecting parts from you to sell to the weapon merchants in Bunker Hill." What happened next unfolded with a speed that belied Hammer's massive size. Rather than the berserker charge typical of his kind, he moved with controlled precision, covering the distance to the nearest raider in 3 enormous strides. Before the human could properly aim, Hammer simply lifted him bodily from the ground with one massive hand, disarming him with the other. "No killing here," Hammer stated, his voice remaining calm despite the raider's struggles in his grasp. "Enough dead already. You leave now." The demonstration of overwhelming physical superiority delivered with unexpected restraint created confusion among the raider group. Their typical encounters involved either immediate violence or successful intimidation. This methodical display of controlled strength represented something outside their experience. 2 raiders raised their weapons, preparing to fire, only to hear the distinctive crack of Ellie's hunting rifle. The carefully placed shot struck the ground directly between them, a warning rather than an attack, but precise enough to demonstrate serious capability. "Your friend isn't alone," she called from her protected position, "and I don't miss twice." The leader, reassessing the situation with the pragmatism that had likely contributed to his survival, made a quick calculation. "Stand down," he ordered his companions. "Not worth it for a bunch of bones and rusted gear." Hammer carefully lowered the raider he had been holding, maintaining a grip on the human's weapon rather than returning it. "Go now. Find other places. Not this one." The raiders retreated with as much dignity as possible under the circumstances, maintaining threatening postures but clearly recognizing an untenable situation. Their muttered promises of future retribution faded as they disappeared back over the western ridge, leaving the battlefield once again to the living and the long dead. "D might come back with more people," Ellie observed, emerging from her defensive position once the immediate threat had passed. Hammer nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "We'll stay 3 days, complete the work, then move on." He placed the confiscated raider weapon aside, having no use for human firearms designed for smaller hands and lesser strength. "You should return to your settlement. Safer there." To his mild surprise, Ellie shook her head. "I'll stay until morning at least. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, even if 1 set is just human." The slight humor in her voice suggested a remarkable adjustment to his presence. Fear replaced by cautious acceptance, if not quite comfort. The night passed in peaceful vigilance, with Ellie eventually sleeping for a few hours while Hammer maintained watch. The super mutant required minimal rest compared to humans, his enhanced physiology allowing extended periods of alertness without degradation. He used the quiet hours to continue his work by moonlight, arranging several more sets of remains with the same careful attention he had shown during daylight. Morning arrived with gentle stillness, the battlefield quiet except for the occasional call of wasteland birds and the persistent click static of the damaged radio, still broadcasting its fragmentary message. Ellie awakened as the first rays of sunlight crested the eastern hills, looking momentarily disoriented before remembering her unusual circumstances. "You kept working all night," she observed, noting the additional arranged remains that hadn't been present when she'd fallen asleep. Hammer nodded simply. "Need less sleep than humans. Work helps quiet mind." This concept, a super mutant seeking mental peace through methodical labor, clearly intrigued her, but she respected the implied boundaries of his statement, not pressing for elaboration. Instead, she offered practical assistance, helping locate scattered remains that his larger form might miss among the battlefield debris. Their unlikely cooperation continued through the morning hours, establishing a rhythm of searching, gathering, and arranging. Hammer's strength allowed him to move larger obstacles, revealing remains hidden beneath collapsed structures or buried under years of soil accumulation. Ellie's smaller, more dexterous hands proved ideal for recovering personal effects. Wedding rings, photographs protected in plastic coverings, letters that had somehow survived the years since the battle. This one was carrying this, she said mid-morning, carefully unfolding a water-damaged piece of paper protected inside a plastic identification holder. The faded writing revealed a letter from someone named Sarah, expressing love and hope for the soldiers' safe return. Should we put it with them? Hammer considered this with surprising thoughtfulness. Yes, was important to them. Should stay with them. This pattern continued, each discovered personal item carefully placed with the appropriate remains when possible, creating not just an arrangement of bones, but acknowledgement of lives and connections that had existed before the battle. The dog tags that Hammer collected were only those that couldn't be matched to specific remains, ensuring at least some record of each fallen warrior would continue. By midday, they had arranged nearly 60 sets of remains, human soldiers in their distinctive formations, super mutants in their own grouping, each afforded the same dignity in death that their conflict had denied in life. The work was far from complete, with countless more remains scattered across the extensive battlefield, but represented meaningful progress in Hammer's self-appointed task. "Why did you leave your warband?" Ellie asked during a brief rest. The question offered without demand or judgment, simple curiosity about his unusual path. Hammer was silent for several moments, his golden eyes focused on the horizon as though seeing something beyond the physical landscape. Started remembering, he finally answered. Not everything. Fragments. Was human once. Scientist, maybe. Words and numbers. He gestured toward his massive green form. This body made for war, but mind remembers, creation, building, understanding. The others wanted only destruction, he continued after another thoughtful pause. Breaking, burning, killing, started feeling wrong. Empty victory, no purpose but more breaking. His massive shoulders rose and fell in a contemplative shrug. Left, during night, walked away, been walking since. This glimpse into the complex interior life of a being most Commonwealth dwellers considered mindlessly violent created a moment of genuine connection across the biological divide that separated them. Ellie offered no platitudes or forced sympathy, but her understanding was evident in the respectful silence that followed his explanation. As afternoon progressed toward evening, they continued their work until the lengthening shadows made identification difficult. Hammer constructed another small campfire, this one positioned to provide illumination without disturbing any of the arranged remains. The damaged radio continued its fragmented broadcast nearby, occasional phrases about duty and remembrance punctuating the battlefield's quiet. "I should head back tomorrow," Ellie said as they shared a simple meal of her trail rations supplemented by Hammer's preserved mut fruit. "Settlement will wonder if I've run into trouble." Hammer nodded his understanding. "Safe journey. Thank you for helping honor warriors." "What will you do after you finish here?" she asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. The super mutant considered this, his expression thoughtful beneath his prominent brow. "Continue walking, finding other battlefields, other fallen warriors." He touched the dog tags around his neck. "Someone should remember. Even enemies deserve that much." Their unlikely alliance concluded the following morning with Ellie's departure eastward toward her settlement. Their farewell was characteristically restrained, a simple nod, an acknowledgement of unusual circumstances that had created temporary connection. Yet something significant had transpired during their brief interaction. Understanding across divisions typically maintained by fear and prejudice. Recognition of purpose beyond expected patterns. Hammer continued his solitary work for 2 more days, gradually extending the organized memorial across a significant portion of the battlefield. When he finally prepared to depart, the arranged remains numbered well over 100, each positioned with dignity, personal effects carefully placed, a testament to lives spent in conflict but acknowledged in peace. The damaged radio remained where he had found it, its battery finally exhausted after its improbably long functioning. In its place, Hammer constructed a simple marker from battlefield debris. A wooden post supporting a metal plate on which he had laboriously scratched a message with the point of a combat knife. The text was crude but legible. "Warriors rest here, respect their peace." As he prepared to resume his solitary journey, Hammer surveyed his completed work with quiet satisfaction. The battlefield that had been a chaotic scattering of forgotten remains now bore witness to something unusual in the wasteland. Deliberate remembrance, acknowledgement that even in death, purpose and dignity could be restored. His massive form cast a long shadow across the organized remains as the setting sun painted the Commonwealth in gentle amber hues once more. With the battlefield honored to the extent his resources allowed, Hammer gathered his few possessions and turned his attention to the eastern horizon. New territories waited beyond, likely containing other forgotten conflicts, other warriors whose sacrifices had faded from memory. His path held no promise of welcome among either humans or his own kind, but carried purpose beyond the mindless destruction that defined most super-mutant existence. The dog tags collected from this battlefield joined others around his thick neck, not as trophies but as reminders, physical manifestations of his unusual calling to honor those who had fallen in the endless conflicts that defined the wasteland. Each metal tag represented a name, a life, a story otherwise lost to time and indifference. In preserving them, Hammer had found something his transformation had nearly destroyed: meaning beyond violence, purpose beyond survival. As twilight descended once more, Hammer's massive silhouette receded gradually against the darkening landscape, a solitary figure continuing his unlikely mission across the Commonwealth's broken terrain. Behind him, the battlefield rested in newfound dignity, its dead arranged in silent formation, their final conflicts resolved in the equality of remembrance, their resting place marked for respect rather than plunder. While the lost warrior continued his eastward journey across the Commonwealth, elsewhere a small group of super mutants was engaged in a very different but equally unexpected activity. In the shelter of a fortified highway overpass, massive green hands gently guided young human children through survival lessons with surprising patience and care. As our wandering warrior disappeared into the gathering darkness, our next tale beckons from this remarkable sanctuary. Join us for the Caring Clan. The late afternoon sun slanted through breaks in the clouds, casting dappled light across the Commonwealth's endless expanse of ruins and regrowth. Dust motes danced in golden beams that illuminated the broken landscape with surprising warmth, transforming crumbling concrete and twisted metal into an almost beautiful tableau of nature's gradual reclamation. Occasional breezes stirred the hardy vegetation that had taken root in even the most unlikely places. Scraggly mutefruit bushes flowering in scattered patches, their purplish blooms adding unexpected color to the predominant grays and browns of the wasteland. Along a fractured roadway that once served as a major artery connecting pre-war communities, Morgan traveled with the measured caution that had kept her alive for 3 years of solo wandering. Her weathered leather armor, reinforced at stress points with salvaged metal plates, bore the distinctive markings of a veteran courier, someone who made their living carrying messages and small packages between the Commonwealth's scattered settlements. The laser rifle slung across her back showed signs of meticulous maintenance, despite its obvious age, and her boots, though worn, had been carefully mended with practiced stitching. Morgan's journey had begun 4 days earlier at Bunker Hill, carrying sealed communications bound for a small farming settlement near the wasteland's western edge. Her usual route would have taken her along more established paths, but recent raider activity had forced her to seek alternative passage through less traveled territories. This detour had led her into a region marked on most Commonwealth maps with simply hazard, a designation that could indicate anything from radiation pockets to creature dens to more unusual dangers. As the day's light began its slow transition toward evening, Morgan surveyed her surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who understood that survival often depended on finding secure shelter before darkness. The elevated highway stretching before her caught her attention, not for its ruined grandeur, but for the unusual modifications visible even from a distance. Unlike most elevated roadways that had partially or completely collapsed in the centuries since the bombs fell, this section appeared to have been deliberately reinforced with salvaged materials. Steel beams salvaged from other structures braced weakening support columns. Sheets of corrugated metal and repurposed vehicle panels had been affixed to create walls where concrete had crumbled away. Most notably, the underside of the overpass had been enclosed with a patchwork of materials, ranging from metal sheeting to wooden pallets, to create what appeared to be a sheltered space beneath the elevated roadway. Morgan observed these modifications with mixed curiosity and wariness. Such extensive work indicated established occupation rather than temporary shelter. Someone had invested considerable effort into creating a defensible position along this otherwise unremarkable stretch of highway. The construction methods didn't match the typical ramshackle aesthetics of raider encampments, nor did she see the distinctive markers gunners typically use to claim territory. The absence of wasteland graffiti and trophy displays further suggested something other than the Commonwealth's common hostile factions. As she deliberated on whether to approach or circumvent the structure, Morgan noticed something that immediately heightened her alertness. A child's drawing painted on a sheet of metal affixed near what appeared to be an entrance. The simple artwork depicted stick figures of varying sizes, some disproportionately large compared to others, rendered in faded but still visible colors scavenged from somewhere in the wasteland. Children in the Commonwealth typically existed only within the relative safety of established settlements. Diamond City, Bunker Hill, occasionally the more successful farming communities. Finding evidence of their presence in what amounted to a fortified highway encampment was unusual enough to override Morgan's natural caution with professional curiosity. As a courier who trafficked in information as well as physical deliveries, such anomalies were worth investigating, if only to update mental maps of territory features. Approaching with measured steps that balanced caution with non-threatening visibility, Morgan maintained awareness of potential observation points along the structure. The bridge stood approximately 20 feet above ground level, with the enclosed undercroft extending nearly 100 yards along the highway's path. Multiple entry points were visible, suggesting a design focused on providing evacuation options rather than limiting access to a single defensible entrance. When she had closed half the distance from her initial observation point, a voice called from somewhere above, not from the undercroft as expected, but from the highway deck itself. "That's close enough, traveler." The voice was deep and resonant, with a distinctive gravelly quality that immediately identified its owner as non-human. "State your business." Morgan stopped immediately, maintaining a non-threatening posture while assessing this unexpected development. The voice unmistakably belonged to a super mutant. The distinctive vocal characteristics were impossible to mistake for any other Commonwealth denizen, yet the measured, articulate speech differed markedly from the typical aggressive roaring of their kind. "I'm a courier," she responded clearly, pitching her voice to carry without shouting, "taking an alternate route due to raider activity near Lexington, looking for safe shelter before nightfall." After a brief pause, she added with deliberate casualness, "willing to trade information or medical supplies for temporary refuge." A long moment of silence followed before heavy footsteps became audible on the highway above. A massive figure appeared at the edge of the broken guardrail, the unmistakable green-skinned form of a super mutant, standing at least 10 feet tall with the muscular bulk characteristic of his kind. Unlike most of his brethren encountered throughout the Commonwealth, this one wore leather armor that had been carefully modified to fit his proportions, rather than the crude, spike-adorned harnesses typical of super mutant warbands. "Humans usually run when seeing us," the super mutant observed, studying Morgan with surprising thoughtfulness in his expression. "You stand your ground. Interesting. Running attracts predators," Morgan replied simply. "Standing still lets me assess whether I'm facing a thoughtful being or a mindless threat." She maintained steady eye contact despite the significant height difference. "Your speech and this structure suggest the former." This observation appeared to please the super mutant, whose broad features shifted into what might have been a smile on his misshapen face. "Good assessment. I am Forge." He gestured toward the enclosed space beneath the highway. "Our home welcomes respectful travelers. Follow the path to the east entrance. Marcus will meet you." With that surprisingly civil exchange completed, Forge disappeared from view, heavy footsteps indicating his movement elsewhere along the highway deck. Morgan considered her options briefly before deciding to accept the unusual invitation. While super mutants generally represented mortal danger to lone travelers, this encounter had defied typical patterns, significantly enough to warrant cautious engagement rather than immediate withdrawal. Following Forge's directions, Morgan approached an eastern entrance to the Undercroft, an opening framed with salvaged wood and covered by a heavy fabric curtain that could be drawn against weather or unwanted observation. Before she reached the threshold, the curtain parted to reveal another super mutant, slightly smaller than Forge but still towering compared to human height. "I am Marcus," he introduced himself with the same surprising articulation Forge had demonstrated. "Forge says you seek shelter." His golden eyes studied her with assessment that felt more calculating than threatening. "We can provide safety through the night if you abide by our rules." "Which are?" Morgan inquired, maintaining respectful directness. "No weapons discharged within our territory. No harm to any who dwell here. No departure until morning. Night movement attracts unwanted attention." Marcus listed these conditions with the practiced tone of someone who had explained them many times. Simple terms for guaranteed safety in wasteland night. The conditions seemed reasonable, standard precautions any sensible settlement might impose on visitors. Morgan nodded agreement. "Terms accepted. I'm Morgan, courier from Bunker Hill, trading routes." With formalities concluded, Marcus gestured for her to enter, drawing the heavy curtain aside to reveal the interior of what proved to be a far more sophisticated structure than external appearances had suggested. The enclosed space beneath the highway had been transformed into a remarkably well-organized community space. The underside of the elevated roadway formed a ceiling approximately 15 feet above a floor that had been leveled with packed earth and covered in places with salvaged wood planking or carpet remnants. The area had been divided into distinct zones using partitions created from vehicle doors, wooden pallets, and cloth hangings. Some sections clearly served as sleeping quarters, with bedding arranged in neat rows. Others appeared dedicated to food preparation, equipment maintenance, or storage. Most surprisingly, one large section contained what could only be described as a classroom. A semicircle of chairs and cushions facing a salvaged chalkboard mounted on a concrete support pillar. Morgan's attention, however, was immediately drawn to the inhabitants rather than the structure itself. Among the expected presence of super mutants, she counted 5, including Marcus and Forge, moved human children of varying ages, from what appeared to be toddlers barely steady on their feet to adolescents in their early teens. Rather than displaying the terror one would expect from youngsters in the presence of creatures universally feared throughout the Commonwealth, these children moved with apparent comfort and familiarity around their massive green caretakers. A young boy of perhaps 7 years noticed her entrance and approached without hesitation, studying her with the direct curiosity characteristic of children raised in unusual circumstances. "Are you staying? Teacher says we should practice our introductions with visitors." He demonstrated a somewhat formal bow that suggested regular instruction in such matters. "I'm Samuel. I'm 7.5. I help with the garden." Before Morgan could formulate a response to this unexpected greeting, Marcus intervened with gentle guidance. "Samuel, our guest has just arrived. Remember what we discussed about allowing newcomers time to adjust to our home?" The boy nodded with immediate understanding. "Sorry, take your time. I'll be helping with dinner when you're ready to talk." With that remarkably mature response, he darted off toward what appeared to be a cooking area, where an older girl was supervising younger children, sorting through freshly harvested vegetables. Marcus regarded Morgan with what appeared to be mild amusement at her evident surprise. Children adapt more easily than adults. They see who we are rather than what we appear to be. He gestured toward a seating area constructed from salvaged automobile bench seats arranged around a low table. "Rest. I'll bring water. Questions can wait until you've settled." As Marcus moved away, Morgan took the opportunity to observe this extraordinary community more carefully. The functional organization of the space spoke to thoughtful planning rather than haphazard development. Ventilation had been carefully considered, with adjustable openings created at intervals to manage air circulation. Water collection systems channeled rainfall from the highway surface above into storage containers. Even the lighting showed careful design. A combination of strategic openings that admitted natural daylight and lanterns positioned to provide illumination after dark. Most revealing, however, were the interactions between the super mutants and their young charges. A smaller super mutant, whom Morgan would later learn was called Brick, sat cross-legged on the floor, helping 3 young children practice reading from a weathered pre-war picture book. His enormous green fingers moved with surprising delicacy as he guided tiny hands in turning fragile pages, his gravelly voice modulated to a gentle rumble as he sounded out challenging words. Nearby, a teenage boy worked alongside another super mutant at what appeared to be a weapons maintenance station, receiving instruction in the proper cleaning of a hunting rifle. The education focused entirely on responsible handling and maintenance rather than aggressive use, with particular emphasis on safety mechanisms and proper storage. Marcus returned with a dented but clean metal cup containing purified water, offering it with the formal courtesy that seemed characteristic of this unusual community. "You observe carefully," he noted as Morgan accepted the drink. "Asking questions with eyes before mouth, good survival trait." "There's a lot to take in," Morgan acknowledged honestly. "This isn't exactly the standard Commonwealth super mutant encounter. Marcus settled his massive form onto a reinforced bench opposite her, the furniture creaking but holding under his substantial weight. Standard encounters rarely end well for either side, he observed with unexpected philosophical awareness. We chose a different path. How did this, Morgan gestured encompassingly toward the organized community surrounding them, happen? The question prompted what might have been a sigh from the supermutant, a reflective exhalation that suggested complex emotional capacity rarely associated with his kind. Began with Forge and me, both failures from Institute creation, too much memory retention, insufficient aggression response. He tapped his temple with one massive finger. Minds remembered too much of being human. Found each other during wasteland wandering. Discovered shared reluctance toward typical supermutant activities. This origin story, delivered with surprising articulateness despite Marcus's somewhat simplified speech patterns, provided context for the community's unusual nature. The Institute, the Commonwealth's mysterious scientific organization, had been rumored to create supermutants for purposes unknown, though most believed these creations had simply escaped to form the aggressive warbands that plagued the region. The idea that some might retain sufficient human consciousness to reject their programmed violence represented a significant deviation from commonly accepted wasteland knowledge. First child was accident, Marcus continued, his golden eyes shifting toward a teenage girl helping with food preparation. Evidently one of the earliest additions to their unusual family. Found after raider attack on small settlement. No survivors except small one hiding in root cellar. Could not leave behind. Human settlements would not accept supermutants arriving with human child. He shrugged massive shoulders, so we kept her safe ourselves. Word spread slowly, he explained, gesturing toward the various children now visible throughout the community. Some brought by traders who found orphaned ones. Some discovered by us during scavenging. Few actually sought sanctuary after hearing rumors of gentle giants at Old Highway. A gravelly chuckle rumbled from his chest. Not name we chose, but humans need simple descriptions. As their conversation continued, Morgan was invited to observe the community's evening routine, a remarkably organized process that revealed the thoughtful structure underlying this unusual social experiment. Children performed assigned tasks appropriate to their ages, from the youngest gathering utensils to the oldest assisting with actual cooking. Over carefully maintained fire pits, supermutants handled heavier work while providing guidance and occasional assistance when needed, but notably encouraged independence rather than dependency. The evening meal demonstrated both resource management and community cohesion. Food was served by the children themselves, practicing careful portion control that acknowledged wasteland scarcity while ensuring adequate nutrition for growing bodies. The supermutants consumed their significantly larger portions only after all children had been served, a deliberate inversion of the dominance hierarchy one might expect in such mixed company. Conversation during the meal revealed further aspects of the community's unique character. Older children discussed daily learning topics with remarkable articulation, having clearly received systematic education despite their wasteland circumstances. Tales of recent scavenging expeditions were shared, with emphasis on clever solutions to obstacles rather than violent encounters. Throughout these exchanges, the supermutants participated with thoughtful contributions, their simplified but coherent speech patterns suggesting recovered rather than intact linguistic abilities. After the meal, Morgan was approached by Forge, who had descended from his earlier watch position on the highway above. As apparent leader of the community, his massive presence carried natural authority, Yet his interaction style reflected the same measured thoughtfulness she had observed in Marcus. "Night watch begins soon," he informed her, gesturing toward the encampment's perimeter. "Would welcome second pair of eyes, if willing. Not required for shelter, but appreciated." The invitation represented both practical security enhancement and, Morgan recognized, an opportunity to demonstrate mutual trust. Allowing a stranger access to defensive positions indicated a level of confidence rare in wasteland encounters. She agreed readily, recognizing the value of understanding this community's security measures for both immediate safety and potential future reference. As darkness settled over the Commonwealth, Forge led Morgan to a carefully constructed observation post, one of several positioned to provide overlapping coverage of potential approach vectors. The post had been designed with human proportions in mind, suggesting regular inclusion of human guests in security rotations. "We maintain watch every night," Forge explained as they settled into observation positions. "Raiders sometimes seek easy targets. Wildlife follows food scents. Brotherhood patrols occasionally investigate unusual settlements." His tone remained neutral regarding this last potential threat, though Morgan noted the implicit acknowledgement that the military faction might view their community with suspicion. "How do the children handle the dangers?" Morgan inquired, genuinely curious about the psychological impact of wasteland threats on youngsters raised in such unusual circumstances. Forge considered this with evident thoughtfulness. "We teach reality without creating fear. All learn defensive positions, emergency protocols, safe routes to fallback shelter." His massive hand gestured toward the highway above. "Secondary shelter prepared in collapse section 200 yards east. Food and water cached. Escape tunnels constructed. But we also teach that danger is only part of living," he continued, surprising Morgan with this philosophical perspective. "Teach appreciation of beauty still found in world, stars at night, plants growing from broken concrete, music made from salvaged instruments." His golden eyes held unexpected depth as he added, "Children must learn safety, yes, but must also learn why safety matters, because life contains good things worth protecting." This wisdom, coming from a being most Commonwealth dwellers would shoot on sight without hesitation, created a moment of genuine connection that transcended the biological divide between them. Morgan found herself reassessing long-held assumptions about super-mutant cognition and emotional capacity, a professional hazard for a courier whose survival often depended on accurate assessment of potential threats and allies. Their watch passed uneventfully, the night settling into the peaceful quiet occasionally broken by distant calls of nocturnal creatures or the soft rustle of radstag herds moving through overgrown suburban remains nearby. Forge maintained vigilant observation without the restlessness common to humans assigned stationary duties, his enhanced physiology apparently requiring less movement to remain comfortable during extended stillness. Their conversation continued intermittently, focusing primarily on practical matters of wasteland navigation and shared information about recently observed hazards along trade routes. Morgan described raider movement patterns she had noticed during recent courier assignments, while Forge shared observations about migratory patterns of creature herds that might present either hunting opportunities or potential dangers for travelers. As their watch shift neared completion, Morgan's professional curiosity prompted a more direct question about the community's unusual nature. "How do you manage to stay hidden? A settlement of super mutants raising human children should be Commonwealth legend by now, yet I've heard only the vaguest rumors of gentle giants." Without location details, Forge's expression suggested appreciation for her directness. "Deliberate strategy. We trade only with select caravans, move location every few seasons, maintain multiple shelters throughout region. He gestured toward the encampment below. This is third home in 7 years. Will likely move again before winter. We survive through caution, he continued, massive fingers adjusting the scope on a surprisingly well-maintained hunting rifle sized for his proportions. Brotherhood would likely take children, eliminate us. Institute might reclaim us as failed experiments. Diamond City security would see only threat, not family. His tone carried no bitterness, merely practical assessment of wasteland realities. Easier to remain mostly unknown, better for children's safety. When their watch concluded, they were relieved by Marcus and one of the older teenagers, a boy of perhaps 15 who carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone raised in challenging circumstances, but with consistent mentorship. The youth acknowledged Morgan with respectful nod as he took position, his attentive scanning of the perimeter suggesting well-developed situational awareness rather than anxious vigilance. Returning to the main encampment, Morgan was shown to a sleeping area prepared for visitors. A curtained alcove containing a reasonably comfortable bedroll laid atop a frame that elevated it from the ground. The space offered both privacy and security, positioned where departure would require passing through main community areas rather than allowing direct exit. Rest well, Forge told her as he departed, toward what appeared to be a planning area where several large maps were secured to a makeshift table. Morning brings food, then safe escort to Western trade path if desired. Despite the inherent strangeness of her circumstances, a human courier sleeping in a community of super mutants and orphan children, Morgan found herself settling into rest with surprising ease. The consistent organization, thoughtful security measures, and evident care taken in all aspects of the settlement's operation created an environment that, while unusual, registered as fundamentally safe to her experienced assessment. Morning arrived with the gentle stirring of a community accustomed to efficient routine. Children awoke and performed assigned tasks with minimal prompting, preparing simple but nutritious breakfast from preserved foods and recently harvested produce. The super mutants coordinated activities with practiced communication that suggested long familiarity with their respective strengths and responsibilities. Morgan joined this morning ritual after performing her own travel preparations, accepting a bowl of surprisingly flavorful porridge enhanced with mutfruit preserves. She found herself seated among several children who regarded her with open curiosity but surprising restraint, asking questions only after she had begun eating, rather than immediately overwhelming her with their evident interest in news from outside their sheltered existence. "Have you been to Diamond City?" asked a girl of perhaps 10, her eyes wide with wonder at the concept of the Commonwealth's largest settlement. "Many times," Morgan confirmed. "I deliver messages and packages between there and other communities." "Is it really inside an old sports stadium?" another child inquired, clearly having received some education about pre-war structures and their repurposing. Their questions continued with the boundless curiosity of children who had received sufficient education to understand the wider world, but limited direct experience beyond their protected community. Morgan answered each inquiry with patient honesty, recognizing the value such information held for youngsters being raised with unusual limitations on their direct exploration of Commonwealth territories. As breakfast concluded and morning chores began, Marcus approached with a small cloth-wrapped package. "For your journey," he explained, offering the bundle. "Dried food, clean water, medical herbs collected near Eastern Ridge. Small thanks for a respectful visit." The gesture, though simple, represented significant generosity in a world where resources remained perpetually scarce. Morgan accepted with appropriate appreciation, understanding that declining would constitute disrespect toward their community values. Forge suggests western path toward Green Homestead, Marcus continued, referring to a small farming settlement known to most Commonwealth travelers. Recent patrol found no radar signs in that direction. Should reach there by mid-afternoon if departing soon. As Morgan prepared for departure, she observed a training session occurring in what appeared to be a designated practice area. A super mutant named Brick instructing several older children in defensive techniques designed to capitalize on mobility rather than strength when confronted by larger opponents. The training emphasized escape and evasion rather than direct confrontation, with particular attention to environmental awareness and using terrain advantages. "We teach survival, not aggression," Forge explained, having noticed her observation of the training. "Commonwealth dangers will not disappear as they grow older, must be prepared to protect themselves when eventually joining human settlements." This statement contained an unexpected revelation, that the community did not intend to keep the children indefinitely, but rather prepared them for eventual integration into mainstream Commonwealth society. Morgan's expression must have conveyed her surprise, as Forge continued without prompting. "Children need other humans as they mature, need mates, opportunities, connections we cannot provide." His tone carried a complex mixture of practicality and what might have been wistfulness. "We raise until ready, usually 16 or 17 seasons, then help establish an appropriate settlement with skills and knowledge for success." "You let them go?" Morgan asked, unable to completely mask her surprise at this unexpectedly selfless approach to their unusual family structure. Forge's expression shifted to something resembling a smile, though on his misshapen features it appeared more melancholy than joyful. "Not abandoned. Maintained as family through occasional visits, messages through trusted traders, but yes, encouraged to build human lives." His massive shoulders lifted in philosophical acceptance. "Purpose is preparing them for full lives, not keeping them separate from their kind." This revelation completed Morgan's understanding of what she had been observing, not merely an unusual community formed through circumstance, but a deliberately constructed sanctuary with specific purpose. Rescuing orphan children who would otherwise perish in the wasteland's harshness, raising them with carefully balanced education and protection, then transitioning them to independent lives among their own kind when appropriately prepared. As Morgan prepared for departure, several children gathered to bid farewell, their behavior reflecting the careful social education they had clearly received. Polite without being obsequious, interested without being intrusive, and displaying genuine appreciation for the outside perspective she had briefly provided to their sheltered existence. Samuel, the boy who had first greeted her, presented a small carved wooden figure, a simplistic but recognizable representation of a courier with pack and walking stick. "I made this last night," he explained with evident pride, "so you remember us when you travel." The gesture, touching in its innocent sincerity, revealed much about the values being instilled in these children despite their unusual circumstances. Creativity, generosity, and connection, qualities often sacrificed to mere survival in wasteland upbringings, were clearly being cultivated alongside more practical skills. Morgan's departure was accompanied by Forge himself, who carried a simple pack containing community trading items, excess produce, medicinal herbs collected from surrounding wilderness, and small carved items similar to Samuel's gifts but of more sophisticated craftsmanship. These would be exchanged at Green Homestead for necessities the community couldn't produce themselves, maintaining the careful balance of limited external contact while meeting essential needs. As they traveled westward along paths clearly familiar to the super mutant, Morgan found herself reflecting on the remarkable adaptability demonstrated by this unusual community. In a world where survival typically narrowed possibilities to the most immediately practical, Forge and his companions had constructed something that transcended mere existence. A purpose built on nurturing rather than consuming, on creating future potential rather than merely enduring present challenges. Their journey proceeded without incident through the morning hours, Forge's intimate knowledge of the territory allowing them to avoid potential hazard areas while maintaining efficient progress. His conversation remained thoughtful, though sparse, focused primarily on practical matters of navigation and observation of environmental conditions that might affect travel safety. When they reached the outskirts of Green Homestead territory by early afternoon, recognizable by the carefully maintained boundary markers that warned travelers they were approaching claimed settlement land, Forge halted at what appeared to be a predetermined transition point. "Continue alone from here," he suggested, gesturing toward the path ahead. "Settlement knows me, but presence still causes discomfort for some." There was no resentment in his tone, merely practical acknowledgement of wasteland realities. "Safer for trade relations if I remain separate." As they prepared to part ways, Morgan found herself unexpectedly reluctant to conclude this unusual encounter without acknowledging its significance. "What you're doing with those children, it matters," she stated simply. "I deliver messages and packages across the Commonwealth. Sometimes information is the most valuable commodity. Would you object if I shared careful word of your community with select trustworthy contacts? People who might help rather than threaten?" Forge considered this with evident thoughtfulness, his golden eyes studying her with measured assessment. "Dangerous knowledge in wrong ears," he finally responded, "but useful connections could help children's eventual transitions." After another moment's consideration, he nodded. "Share with care. Trust your judgment as you trusted ours." With that exchange, their paths diverged, Morgan continuing toward the cultivated fields now visible in the near distance, Forge turning back toward the hidden community that represented such an unexpected deviation from Commonwealth assumptions about super mutant nature and capability. As she walked the remaining distance to Green Homestead, Morgan found herself contemplating the broader implications of what she had witnessed. Beyond the immediate uniqueness of super mutants, raising human children lay a more profound revelation about adaptation and purpose in the wasteland's harsh environment. The community she had briefly joined had discovered something rare in post-apocalyptic existence, meaning beyond mere survival, purpose beyond simple continuation. In their unlikely sanctuary beneath a broken highway, Forge and his companions had created something that might represent the Commonwealth's most valuable resource. Not technology or weapons or even safe shelter, but hope, deliberately cultivated and carefully prepared for future harvest. Each child raised to capable independence represented potential beyond their protector's direct experience. Possibilities that might extend beyond current wasteland limitations towards something approaching genuine rebuilding. As the Green Homestead watchtower came into view, Morgan adjusted her courier pack and touched the small wooden figure now secured in her breast pocket. Some deliveries contained more significance than others, and the knowledge she carried from her unusual overnight shelter represented a message, perhaps more important than any sealed communication in her official cargo. The understanding that even in the Commonwealth's broken landscape, unexpected gardeners still cultivated hope for future harvests. While the caring clan continued nurturing their young charges beneath the highway overpass, elsewhere in the Commonwealth another unusual relationship was forming. At the boundary between a wary human settlement and unforgiving wilderness, a lone super mutant had established an unspoken agreement with cautious townspeople. goods exchanged on a rickety bridge, mutual needs met through silent understanding rather than spoken trust. As our protective clan prepared their children for eventual independence, our next tale beckons from this tenuous boundary of coexistence. Join us for The Silent Pact. Dawn broke over the Commonwealth with gentle persistence, painting the eastern sky in soft gradients of pink and gold that gradually pushed back the night's darkness. Morning mist clung to low-lying areas, transforming the broken landscape into something almost ethereal, a momentary softening of the harsh realities that defined existence in this radiation-scarred world. Dew collected on mutated flora, creating prismatic reflections of early light that glittered like scattered diamonds across the wasteland's muted palette. At the eastern edge of a settlement known simply as Riverside, named for its fortunate position along one of the Commonwealth's less irradiated waterways, early risers began their daily routines with practiced efficiency. Smoke rose from cooking fires as residents prepared simple breakfasts from carefully managed provisions. Guards at the settlement's modest watchtowers changed shifts, those ending their night watch reporting nothing more threatening than radstag movement along the community's agricultural perimeter. Riverside represented one of the Commonwealth's moderate success stories, neither as large and established as Diamond City, nor as precariously vulnerable as the smallest farming homesteads that occasionally appeared and disappeared throughout the region. Approximately 60 residents had constructed a community that balanced security with productivity, surrounding a core of pre-war structures, with carefully maintained defensive walls assembled from salvaged materials and strategic plantings of dense, thorny mutefruit bushes that discouraged casual approach. Eleanor Chen, the settlement's leader for the past 7 years, emerged from her dwelling, a former administrative building that now served as both personal quarters and community governance center. At 43, Eleanor carried herself with the quiet authority of someone whose leadership derived from demonstrated capability rather than claimed power. Her practical clothing showed signs of regular mending, and the weathered pit boy on her left wrist, a rare find that had significantly enhanced Riverside's ability to detect radiation pockets and weather patterns, had been carefully maintained despite its obvious age. "Morning report?" she inquired of Thomas, the night watch coordinator who had approached upon noticing her emergence. "Quiet night," he confirmed, handing over a small notebook containing handwritten observations from each watchtower. Radstag herd moved through the western field around midnight. No human activity detected on established approach routes. River level holding steady after yesterday's rainfall. Eleanor nodded, scanning the notes with practiced efficiency. "And the bridge? Any activity there?" Thomas hesitated momentarily before responding, his expression carefully neutral. "Package was collected shortly after midnight. Replacement left as usual. This exchange, though conducted with deliberate casualness, referenced what had become Riverside's most closely managed secret. A relationship that violated conventional Commonwealth wisdom and represented either remarkable pragmatism or dangerous folly, depending on one's perspective." Eleanor merely nodded acknowledgement, neither the question nor response requiring elaboration between two people intimately familiar with the arrangement that had gradually developed over the past 18 months. "Weather suggests good conditions for fishing today," she observed, changing the subject to more communal concerns. "Have Oscar prepare 2 teams with appropriate equipment. We should replenish preserved stocks while conditions permit." As morning progressed and Riverside's daily activities established their familiar rhythm, Elena completed her regular circuit of the settlement's operations. The hydroponics shed, constructed from salvaged greenhouse components, showed promising growth of seedlings that would eventually supplement their outdoor crops. The communal kitchen had begun preparation of the day's shared midday meal, efficiently utilizing preserved ingredients to maintain nutritional adequacy despite limited variety. The small school, where Riverside's 12 children received practical education in both wasteland survival and carefully preserved pre-war knowledge, had begun its morning session with reading practice, visible through its open windows. These routine inspections completed, Elena approached Riverside's northern perimeter, where a narrow footbridge spanned a tributary of the larger river that gave the settlement its name. Unlike the community's main entrance, which featured reinforced gates and guard positions, this crossing had been deliberately maintained in a manner that balanced accessibility with inconspicuousness. Functional enough for regular use, but not visibly fortified in ways that might attract unwanted attention from passing raiders or other hostile wasteland elements. The bridge itself had once been a simple pre-war construction connecting suburban neighborhoods now long abandoned to wilderness reclamation. Its weathered wooden planks had been selectively reinforced rather than completely rebuilt, maintaining an appearance of marginal utility that belied its actual significance to Riverside's continued prosperity. At its center point, a small wooden platform had been constructed, ostensibly a simple repair to damaged sections, but serving a more specific purpose within the community's unusual trading arrangement. Eleanor crossed to this platform and knelt to examine its current contents. Where the previous evening had seen a carefully assembled package of manufactured medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, and antibiotics traded from visiting caravans, now rested something quite different. Fresh meat, expertly butchered and wrapped in broad leaves that helped preserve freshness, lay alongside a collection of edible mushrooms rarely found in quantities sufficient for harvest by human gathering parties. Most notably, a small pouch contained distinctive orange flowers, known throughout the Commonwealth for their medicinal properties when properly prepared. Fever blooms that typically grew in radiation zones too dangerous for extended human harvesting. The quality and quantity of these items represented significant value in wasteland economies perpetually challenged by scarcity. Yet they had been left in exchange for Riverside's offerings, without direct negotiation, without verbal agreement, without face-to-face transaction between provider and recipient. This was the nature of the silent pact that Eleanor now examined with thoughtful consideration, an arrangement never formally acknowledged within community discussions, yet tacitly supported through continued participation. With practiced efficiency, Elena transferred the received goods into a leather satchel she had brought specifically for this purpose. The platform was left deliberately empty, maintaining the established pattern of exchange goods left, goods taken, platform cleared, until the next exchange approximately 3 days hence, depending on weather conditions and community needs. As she secured the satchel and prepared to return to the settlement proper, Elena's gaze lingered on the territory beyond the bridge, the wilderness expanse from which these valuable resources consistently appeared. Unlike Riverside's other boundaries, which offered visibility designed to enhance security, this approach featured denser vegetation and natural rock formations that created numerous potential observation points, while limiting direct sightlines from settlement watchtowers. Somewhere within that complex terrain dwelled the provider of these wilderness harvests, a super mutant whom most Riverside residents had glimpsed only fleetingly during initial encounters, before the silent exchange system had been established. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, with the muscular green physique characteristic of his kind, this solitary figure had established territorial claim to the wilderness northeast of Riverside approximately 2 years earlier. The initial community response had followed predictable Commonwealth patterns: increased guard rotations, defensive preparations, contingency planning for potential attack. Super mutants represented one of the wasteland's most consistently dangerous threats, their physical capabilities and typical aggression making them perpetual enemies of human settlements throughout the region. Riverside had braced for inevitable conflict, perhaps even abandonment of their hard-won community should a full warband establish permanent presence nearby. What followed instead had defied conventional expectations. The super mutant, whom they would eventually refer to simply as the Guardian in careful conversations, established a solitary camp rather than the communal fortifications typical of his kind. His activities, observed cautiously through binoculars from Riverside's watchtowers, focused on hunting, gathering, and territorial patrol rather than preparation for aggression. Most notably, when confronted with human scavenging parties from Riverside, he had withdrawn rather than attacking, a behavior so atypical that many initially suspected illness or injury rather than deliberate restraint. The evolution from mutual avoidance to silent exchange had developed gradually over subsequent months. Small hunting parties from Riverside venturing cautiously into traditionally productive territories, now within the super mutants' range, would return to find harvested materials placed conspicuously along their return paths. Meat from successful hunts clearly left for human discovery, edible plants gathered and arranged in obvious piles, occasionally useful salvage from deeper wilderness areas humans rarely risked exploring. Eventually, after community debate that Alina had carefully moderated to balance security concerns with practical opportunity, Riverside had begun reciprocating, leaving manufactured items clearly visible at boundary points. Tools too small for effective use by massive super mutant hands, but perhaps valued for precision work. Preserved foods different from wilderness fare. Eventually medical supplies that even enhanced constitutions might find valuable after injury. The bridge exchange point had evolved naturally as the most consistent location for these transactions, its halfway position representing symbolic, neutral territory between distinct domains. The platform itself had been constructed in stages, initial planking laid by Riverside's maintenance team, subsequently expanded with larger timber pieces that could only have been positioned by someone of significant strength, the collective construction representing tangible manifestation of unspoken cooperation. As Elena returned to the settlement with the morning's acquired resources, she maintained the discretion that had characterized this arrangement since its inception. The gathered items would be added to community stores through various channels, their specific source remaining officially unacknowledged in public discussion. Most Riverside residents understood the reality of their unusual trading partner, but collective agreement had emerged to maintain this useful arrangement without excessive examination of its implications for conventional Commonwealth beliefs about super mutant nature. Quality specimens, observed Marion, Riverside's primary healer, when Eleanor delivered the fever blooms to the community's medical station later that morning. Harvested at peak potency, properly handled to maintain medicinal properties. Better than anything trading caravans have brought through in months. This professional assessment reflected an important aspect of their silent trading partners' contributions. Not merely quantity, but quality that indicated knowledge beyond mere scavenging capability. The consistent excellence of provided materials suggested understanding of their value and proper handling, another deviation from typical assumptions about super mutant cognition and behavior. Prepare them according to established protocols, Eleanor directed simply. Priority to preventative tonics for the children and elderly, standard distribution for remaining supply. As midday approached and community members gathered for the shared meal that represented both practical resource management and important social cohesion, Eleanor found her attention drawn to a small commotion near Riverside's main gate. A trio of figures had apparently arrived during her meeting with Marion, their dust-covered appearance and heavily laden packs identifying them as visitors rather than returning residents. Mercenaries, Thomas informed her quietly as she approached the newcomers, calling themselves the Wasteland Solutions Group, requesting 2 days accommodation while they evaluate a potential contract in the region. Eleanor observed the three figures with experienced assessment. Their equipment suggested professional capability rather than raider opportunism. Well-maintained weapons, armor showing signs of regular repair, organized packing systems rather than haphazard collection. The leader, a broad-shouldered man whose weathered features suggested extended wasteland experience, maintained appropriate diplomatic posture rather than aggressive demanding, another indication of professional rather than predatory intention. Riverside offers hospitality to respectful travelers, Elena stated as she reached conversational distance. Standard terms apply, weapons secured at our armory during your stay, contribution to community resources proportional to consumption, compliance with settlement regulations. The mercenary leader nodded acceptance. Caleb Rhodes, he introduced himself. These are Jackson and Maya. We understand community protocols and accept your terms. We can contribute caps or medical supplies in exchange for accommodation. With these formalities addressed and the visitors directed toward Riverside's designated traveler housing, Elena joined Thomas in supervising the standard security protocols for new arrivals. The mercenaries' weapons were catalogued and secured, their equipment scanned for radiation contamination, and community expectations clearly communicated regarding acceptable behavior during their stay. During this process, Elena maintained professional composure while noting details that triggered mild concern. The mercenaries' weapons included heavy firepower beyond typical wasteland defense requirements. A modified missile launcher and multiple fragmentation grenades suggesting expectation of significant resistance. Their armor featured recent impact damage indicating recent combat rather than mere preparedness. Most notably, their equipment included specialized detection devices Elena recognized as military-grade motion sensors, equipment typically employed for locating concealed or camouflaged targets rather than standard wasteland threats. Keep additional watch on our visitors, she instructed Thomas quietly as they completed processing. Courteous observation, not obvious surveillance. I want to know more about this potential contract before they depart. The day progressed with Riverside's typical ordered functionality, the mercenaries integrating into community rhythms with the practiced adaptation of experienced travelers. They participated appropriately in the communal evening meal, contributed acceptable payment for their accommodation, and maintained respectful interaction with community members who approached with the curiosity typical of relatively isolated settlements when encountering outside visitors. It was during these social exchanges that Elena, circulating through the community gathering with deliberate casualness, began collecting fragments of information that gradually transformed her mild concern into more focused apprehension. Conversations overheard while maintaining unobtrusive proximity revealed references to the Northern Territory target, significant bounty for confirmed elimination, and most specifically, rare opportunity for mutant hunting with actual payment backing the sport. These fragments, carefully filed in Elena's methodical assessment, suggested a concerning conclusion. The mercenary group had been contracted specifically to eliminate the supermutant whose silent partnership had become quietly essential to Riverside's prosperity. More troubling still, their conversation included references to settler complaints about territorial exclusion and official sanction from regional authorities, suggesting the contract originated from some settlement or faction with sufficient organization to arrange professional elimination of perceived threats. As evening deepened toward night and Riverside's communal spaces gradually emptied as residents retired to personal quarters, Elena convened a confidential meeting with her most trusted advisors. Thomas from security, Marion from medical, and Oscar, who coordinated resource management. The small group gathered in her private quarters. Conversation kept deliberately quiet, despite the privacy of their location. Our visitors present a complex situation, Elena began once appropriate privacy was confirmed. Their intended target appears to be our northern trading partner. This oblique reference required no elaboration among this inner circle, who had been essential to establishing and maintaining the silent exchange system since its inception. Their expressions reflected immediate understanding of the implications should the mercenaries succeed in their contracted elimination. Direct intervention creates obvious complications, Thomas observed, security considerations foremost in his assessment. Preventing their mission exposes our arrangement and potentially creates hostile relationship with whatever authority contracted them. Non-intervention sacrifices a valuable resource relationship, Oscar countered, his perspective focusing on practical community needs. The northern provider contributes approximately 20% of our protein consumption and over 30% of specialized medicinal components. Replacement through conventional trading would significantly impact our supplies of manufactured goods. Marion nodded agreement with this assessment. The fever blooms alone have reduced our serious illness recovery time by nearly half compared to previous seasons. Finding reliable alternative sources would be challenging at best, impossible at worst, given current regional instabilities. Elena listened to these perspectives with the careful attention that characterized her leadership approach, allowing full expression before offering her own assessment. The situation presents no perfect solution, she acknowledged. Direct opposition creates potential conflict beyond our security capacity. Passive acceptance sacrifices a relationship that, while unconventional, has demonstrated consistent mutual benefit. After thoughtful consideration, she outlined a potential approach. We cannot directly challenge properly contracted mercenaries without risking broader complications. However, we can ensure our northern associate receives appropriate warning without directly involving Riverside in the coming conflict. The resulting plan, developed through careful collaborative refinement, balanced ethical considerations with practical realities of wasteland existence. Elena would personally deliver warning via the established exchange point, providing information without direct community involvement should the situation deteriorate into violence. Settlement resources would remain uninvolved in any potential conflict, maintaining Riverside's neutral standing with regional factions, while fulfilling moral obligation to their unusual trading partner. Implementation began before dawn the following morning. Elena left her quarters during pre-dawn darkness, when even Riverside's diligent security operated with minimal staffing, focused primarily on external threats rather than internal movement. The settlement's eastern gate provided inconspicuous exit, its design allowing quiet operation for hunting parties departing during early hours. The morning mist still clung to low areas as she approached the bridge exchange point, reducing visibility in ways that provided both concealment and mild apprehension. The weathered wooden structure emerged gradually from the grayish haze, its familiar outline providing orientation despite limited visual range. Elena moved with careful quietness, balanced on the balls of her feet to minimize the creaking sometimes produced by the bridge's aging planks. Upon reaching the central platform, she placed a carefully prepared package, distinctive from their usual exchanges by its wrapping in bright red cloth salvaged from a pre-war flag. This visual differentiation had been deliberately chosen to indicate unusual circumstances requiring immediate attention, rather than the standard exchange protocol. Inside, a detailed note explained the mercenary presence, their apparent mission, and observable combat capabilities. Eleanor had just secured this warning package when instinct rather than direct observation alerted her to nearby presence. A subtle shift in the morning mist's movement pattern, perhaps, or subconscious registration of almost imperceptible sound. Regardless of specific trigger, she froze in position, eyes scanning surrounding terrain with heightened alertness. "You come early today," rumbled a deep voice from beyond the mist's concealment. "Not usual exchange time." The voice, though startling in breaking their long-established silence, confirmed Elena's suspicions that their trading partner maintained closer observation than Riverside had detected. Its quality matched expectations for super mutant vocal characteristics. Deep register and slightly simplified speech patterns, but lacked the aggressive roaring typically associated with their kind in Commonwealth encounters. After momentary hesitation, Elena responded to this unprecedented direct communication. "Unusual circumstances require unusual timing," she stated simply, gesturing toward the red-wrapped package. "Information you should have before typical exchange consideration." A long silence followed before heavy footsteps became audible, approaching with deliberate slowness that suggested recognition of potential human apprehension. The mist parted gradually around an enormous figure emerging onto the bridge from the opposite side. The super mutant whom Riverside had observed only from safe distance since establishing their silent arrangement. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, with the muscular green physique characteristic of his kind, the super mutant's appearance contained subtle differences from those typically encountered throughout the Commonwealth. His attire featured practical leather armor, without the threatening spikes and trophies often adorning his kin. The weapon slung across his back, a massive sledgehammer with modified striking surface, showed evidence of practical maintenance rather than decorative enhancement, with blood or viscera. Most notably, his expression as he regarded Elena lacked the mindless aggression typically defining super mutant encounters, instead displaying measured assessment that suggested significantly greater cognitive function than commonly attributed to his kind. "You risk much coming alone," he observed, maintaining sufficient distance to avoid triggering instinctive flight response. "Must be important message." Eleanor nodded, maintaining composed exterior despite the unprecedented nature of this direct exchange. 3 mercenaries arrived at Riverside yesterday. Their conversation indicates contracted mission to eliminate territorial super mutant northeast of settlement. Heavy weapons, combat experience, military-grade tracking equipment. The super mutant processed this information with visible thoughtfulness rather than immediate aggressive response. "Humans often try hunting wrecks," he stated, referring to himself in third person, a speech pattern common among his kind. "Not succeed so far, but organized hunters with good weapons, more dangerous than usual. The package contains specific information about their equipment and observed capabilities," Elena explained, gesturing toward the red-wrapped bundle. "They mentioned contract from regional authorities with settler complaints as justification. Suggests organized faction rather than individual settlement contracted their services." A low rumbling sound emerged from the super mutant's chest. Not quite human laughter, but expressing similar recognition of irony. "Humans complain Rex keeps them from good hunting territory, true, But Rex also keeps more dangerous things away from human settlements. Mirelurk queens, feral packs, sometimes other super mutants. His golden eyes studied Elena with surprising perception. Riverside understands this, others do not. This explicit acknowledgement of their mutual arrangement, protection in exchange for manufactured goods, wilderness harvests traded for settlement production, represented the first verbal confirmation of understanding that had developed through actions rather than words over many months. The silence of their pact had been broken by necessity rather than choice, but revealed sophisticated comprehension on both sides of the exchange relationship's actual nature. Mercenaries planned to begin systematic search pattern today. Elena continued, focusing on immediate practical concerns rather than larger philosophical implications. Their equipment suggests capability to track through difficult terrain. Professional approach rather than amateur hunting expedition. Rex nodded his massive head slowly, tactical assessment visible in his expression. Rex, thanks for warning. We'll prepare appropriately. After brief consideration, he added, Riverside should maintain distance from coming conflict. Better for settlement safety. Rex handles problem alone. Elena found herself unexpectedly moved by this consideration for Riverside's well-being. Further evidence contradicting conventional Commonwealth wisdom regarding supermutant capacity for empathy or cooperative thinking. That was our assessment as well, she acknowledged. Direct involvement would complicate Riverside's standing with regional authorities we depend upon for certain resources and protection. Understandable choice, Rex affirmed without apparent resentment. Survival requires careful balance in Wasteland. Rex respects Riverside's position. After brief hesitation, he added with surprising directness, trading arrangement has been good, beneficial for both territories. This simple acknowledgement of mutual benefit, the first explicit recognition of their unusual partnership's value, created momentary connection transcending typical human-mutant divisions. Elena found herself nodding agreement, before practical concerns reasserted priority focus. The mercenaries may attempt to use Riverside as base for their operation, she warned. We cannot deny accommodation without revealing particular interest in their target. Standard protocol allows 2-day residence. With proper contribution and behavioral compliance, Rex will ensure they find target away from settlement, he assured her with surprising strategic consideration. Better confrontation occurs in wilderness, not near human structures or crops. This tactical assessment further demonstrated cognitive capacity beyond typical supermutant limitations, recognition of collateral damage concepts, and civilian protection priorities. Their unprecedented direct exchange concluded with mutual acknowledgement of returned communication boundaries, both recognizing that continued explicit interaction increased risk of detection by settlement residents or passing wasteland travelers. Rex collected the warning package before withdrawing into the morning mist with remarkable quietness for his substantial size, while Elena returned toward Riverside with careful attention to potential observation from awakening settlement members. The day proceeded with surface normalcy throughout Riverside's routines. Community members attended regular responsibilities, tending crops, maintaining infrastructure, processing recently acquired resources for optimal preservation. The mercenary visitors conducted equipment maintenance in the community's designated traveler area, their conversation focusing on technical details of weapon functionality and tactical planning, without explicit mention of specific targets. Elena maintained standard leadership visibility throughout these activities, participating in resource allocation discussions, approving minor infrastructure improvements, and addressing typical community disputes requiring authoritative mediation. Beneath this routine functionality, however, her awareness remained heightened, attention divided between normal responsibilities and subtle monitoring of mercenary preparations, indicating imminent departure for their contracted operation. By mid-afternoon, these preparations had progressed to obvious conclusion. Equipment packed for field deployment rather than continued settlement accommodation. Weapons retrieved from secure storage with appropriate documentation, supplies organized for extended wilderness operation. The mercenary leader, Caleb, approached Elena directly as these arrangements reached completion. Appreciative of Riverside's hospitality, he stated with professional courtesy. We'll be conducting contracted operation in Northern Territories over next several days. Expect to return briefly before departing region entirely. Eleanor acknowledged this information with deliberately neutral response. Riverside maintains welcome for respectful travelers completing legitimate business. Standard accommodation will remain available should you require it following your current contract. With formalities appropriately observed, the mercenary team departed through Riverside's northern gate shortly before evening meal preparations began. Their heading confirmed Elena's assessment. Direct movement toward territories where the super mutant designated Rex had established his solitary domain. Settlement watches maintained standard observation protocols, tracking mercenary movement until distance and terrain features rendered them invisible from established observation posts. The evening passed with typical settlement activities providing comforting routine, despite underlying tension among those few community members aware of potential conflict beyond their boundaries. Elena participated in normal social interaction while maintaining heightened awareness of northern approaches, should the mercenary operation conclude more quickly than anticipated. Night settled across the Commonwealth with characteristic gradual transitions, sunset colors yielding to deepening blues before darkness claimed final dominance, illuminated only by stars emerging between occasional cloud passages. Riverside's external lighting activated on established schedules, providing security visibility around critical infrastructure, while maintaining darkness where tactical advantage required it. Eleanor found sleep elusive despite physical tiredness, her mind continuing to process potential outcomes beyond her direct influence. The unusual trading relationship developed with Rex had begun as pure pragmatism, acceptance of unexpected resource provision without ideological reconsideration of fundamental assumptions regarding super mutant nature. Its evolution, however, had gradually suggested more complex reality, evidence of capacity for cooperation, resource sharing, territorial respect, and even rudimentary diplomatic understanding, previously considered impossible among his kind. Morning arrived without incident or return mercenary team, suggesting their operation had not concluded with immediate success. Riverside's routines established normal rhythm as sunrise dispelled night shadows, community members attending respective responsibilities with familiar efficiency. Elena conducted her standard morning circuit, including casual approach toward the bridge exchange point, where circumstances had forced unprecedented direct communication the previous day. The platform remained empty, no sign of either warning package or response from their territorial neighbor. This absence itself conveyed information, suggesting either Rex's full attention to immediate threat management or potential negative outcome Elena's mind reluctantly considered, despite practical resistance to premature conclusion. Throughout the day, Riverside continued normal operations, while Elena established subtle enhancements of northern boundary security. Additional watch rotations were implemented under guise of seasonal adjustment protocols, providing increased surveillance without triggering community concern. Supply inventories received thorough assessment, identifying potential adjustments required should their silent trading arrangement experience prolonged interruption. By late afternoon, with mercenaries still absent and no indication of conflict outcomes reaching Riverside's observation capabilities, Elena found herself drawn toward the settlement's northern watchtower. This position, offering optimal visibility toward territories where confrontation might have occurred, provided opportunity for extended observation without obvious departure from normal leadership activities. No significant movement detected throughout watch rotation, reported Samuel, the assigned observer whose meticulous attention to detail had earned him regular assignment to this critical position. Occasional wildlife activity consistent with normal patterns. No weapon discharges heard, no smoke or unusual environmental disturbances observed. Eleanor acknowledged this information while conducting her own visual survey through salvaged binoculars, scanning distant terrain features for any indication of recent disturbance. The landscape revealed little beyond normal wilderness characteristics. Vegetation moving with occasional wind patterns, distant radstag herd visible near the eastern ridgeline, the metallic reflection of river water catching afternoon sunlight as it wound through complex terrain. As evening approached once more, Elena completed final community coordination responsibilities before returning to her private quarters. The uncertainty regarding their unusual trading partners' circumstances created uncomfortable awareness of how significant the silent arrangement had become to Riverside's practical operations and, she acknowledged with some surprise, to her own understanding of wasteland possibilities beyond conventional assumptions. Sleep came easier this second night, physical exhaustion eventually overcoming mental activity despite unresolved circumstances. Elena's rest remained lighter than typical, however, consciousness hovering near enough to full awareness that the subtle knock at her door shortly before dawn brought immediate alertness rather than confused transition from deep sleep. Movement approaching Northern Gate, Thomas reported when she opened the door, his expression suggesting unexpected development rather than immediate threat. Single individual, injured but mobile, not mercenary team. Eleanor dressed quickly, following Thomas toward the observation position, providing visibility of their northern approach route. The pre-dawn light created challenging visual conditions, but enhanced optics confirmed his assessment. A single figure, moving with evident difficulty along the path leading toward Riverside's northern entrance. As the figure drew closer, distinctive characteristics became visible even in limited illumination. Significant height and disproportionate musculature identified the approaching individual as a supermutant rather than human, while the deliberate movement directly toward settlement boundaries suggested specific intention rather than random wandering. Most notably, the figure carried what appeared to be 3 distinct objects, items slung across his massive shoulders with apparent effort despite enhanced strength. Verification confirmed, stated the watch officer, lowering specialized optics with evident surprise. Northern Territory resident approaching directly, carrying what appears to be mercenary equipment. No sign of mercenaries themselves. This unprecedented development required immediate response beyond standard protocols. Elena quickly organized appropriate personnel. Thomas and 2 experienced security officers capable of maintaining calm under unusual circumstances. Marian for potential medical assessment, and herself as necessary authority for non-standard situation management. The small group proceeded toward Northern Gate Security Station, arriving as the approaching figure reached visible range from ground level without enhancement. The supermutant they knew as Rex now moved, with obvious injury affecting his left leg and torso. Green skin showing darker patches, suggesting significant blood loss despite enhanced healing capabilities. Across his massive shoulders rested 3 distinct bundles that gradually resolved into recognition. the equipment harnesses and armor components of the mercenary team, emptied of human occupants but identifiable by distinctive modifications observed during their brief stay at Riverside. Elena directed the security station to permit controlled approach rather than standard challenge protocol, recognizing both the extraordinary circumstances and potential value of direct information regarding mercenary fate. Rex continued his determined advance until reaching appropriate communication distance from the settlement boundary, then carefully lowered his carried equipment to the ground before straightening to full height despite evident pain from his injury. "Mercenary threat eliminated," he stated without preamble, voice carrying the strained quality of someone conserving strength while managing significant injury. "Will not return to complete contract or report to employers." This direct confirmation answered immediate security concerns while raising obvious questions regarding specific encounter details. Elena maintained professional composure despite the unprecedented nature of their situation. Direct communication with a super mutant at settlement boundaries, witnessed by multiple community members, following apparent elimination of professional mercenary team by solitary opponent. "Riverside appreciates this information," she responded with measured acknowledgement. "Your injuries appear significant. Our medical provider could offer treatment if desired." Rex considered this offer with visible deliberation before declining with surprising courtesy. "Rex heals quickly, better returning to territory than causing disruption in human settlement." He gestured toward the equipment arranged before him. "Brought useful items Riverside might value. Payment for warning that saved Rex from ambush death." The mercenaries' equipment indeed represented significant value in Commonwealth economic terms. Specialized weapons modifications, armor components incorporating rare materials, communication devices with extended range capabilities. The offering essentially constituted wealth transfer that would meaningfully enhance Riverside's trading position and security capabilities for months or potentially years to come. "The Riverside accepts this contribution to community resources," Elena acknowledged, recognizing both practical value and symbolic significance in this exchange. "The warning provided mutual benefit. Your territorial presence has reduced hostile incursions along our northern boundary since establishment." This explicit acknowledgement of the protective value Rex's presence provided, beyond merely direct trading benefits, represented formal recognition of their arrangement's actual nature. No longer simply silent exchange of resources, but acknowledged mutual security enhancement through territorial cooperation. The super mutant's territorial claim effectively extended Riverside's defensive perimeter without requiring settlement resources, while settlement proximity provided partial protection for his solitary existence against larger hostile forces. "Rex will continue normal arrangement when healing completes," he stated, beginning careful withdrawal toward his territory despite evident pain from his injuries. Better for both if most humans still believe Rex is just hunting in territory, not trading with settlement. Eleanor nodded understanding of this practical assessment. Commonwealth prejudices regarding super mutant nature remained deeply entrenched, with exceptions like Rex considered impossible rather than merely rare. Public acknowledgement of their cooperative arrangement might invite unwanted attention from larger factions with rigid ideological positions regarding appropriate human-mutant relation. "The bridge will remain available for continued exchange," she confirmed, maintaining appropriate diplomatic formality despite witnessing personnel's evident surprise at this direct communication. Riverside values reliable trading partners regardless of origin. With this exchange completed, Rex continued his withdrawal toward northern territories, while Riverside personnel secured the valuable equipment for proper inventory and integration into community resources. The morning mist gradually absorbed the super mutant's massive silhouette, returning circumstances to visual normalcy, despite the fundamental shift in understanding their direct interaction had created. As Riverside returned to standard operations in subsequent days, the silent exchange arrangement resumed its previous pattern, with minor modifications reflecting new mutual understanding. The bridge platform continued serving its intermediary function, with goods appearing and disappearing according to established rhythms. Occasional indicators suggested Rex's continued recovery. Initially smaller game representing reduced hunting capacity, gradually returning to previous provision levels as healing progressed. For Elena, however, the experience had permanently altered her understanding of Commonwealth possibilities beyond conventional assumptions. The Silent Pact had evolved from pragmatic resource arrangement to recognized partnership, demonstrating potential for cooperation transcending biological divisions when mutual benefit provided sufficient foundation. While Riverside maintained public adherence to expected wasteland behaviors regarding super-mutant territories, their practical reality had expanded to include recognition that understanding, rather than reflexive hostility, sometimes offered superior survival strategies in the complex post-war landscape. The bridge between their territories remained weathered and unassuming, its simple wooden construction belying its significance as physical manifestation of connection between ostensible enemies. In a world defined by conflict and scarcity, this humble structure represented something rare and precious, evidence that even in the broken remnants of civilization, unexpected bridges could still be built between divided worlds. As the full moon illuminated the bridge in silver light, casting shadows of its weathered railings across the peaceful water below, this simple structure stood as a symbol of unexpected harmony in the broken Commonwealth. The silent pact between settlement and super-mutant represented a rare hope that even in a world shattered by war and radiation, understanding could still flourish in the most unlikely places. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault Dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.